The time has come for another off-season in the Arkansas State Red Wolves Dynasty. Yes, that's what I said. We're on to Season 8 today. We have continued to come up short in our quest to win a national championship. And today, inevitably, things are going to change a lot with this team. I'm back, though, with a live off-season this time as we see where the journey takes us today, as we're going to see a lot of key players exit because they're seniors. A bunch of others will have a decision. Do they go pro early? Do they come back for another year? And then, what do we do in the transfer portal? Who could potentially be joining this team to try and help us finish the job? What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the off-season today. I did not do the last one live, so it's been a little while. Leroy Selman, welcome to... Yeah, thank you for becoming a new channel member. I appreciate that. I imagine a Bucks fan, if that's your profile on here. I was not 33 seconds late. That can't be true. What's good, everybody? Here on a Thursday afternoon to continue our CFB Dynasty. You know, I felt really good about this last season. And I think we had a really good team. It might have been a top 5 team. Might have been a top 4 team. But we ran into Georgia. And that has been the team to beat. Here are the stats from the last season of Arkansas State Dynasty. Gerald Ogletree, whose deal breaker was not met. And we'll see what his decision is. Does he want to transfer away? Does he end up coming back? Is he still our quarterback next season? A lot of you are ready for something new. Hey, what's going on, Mike? Thank you for renewing that membership. 59 months. Still with that stomach bug. Hopefully that can get cleared up here as the weekend approaches. Are you still planning on being done after Season 8, or can we convince you to keep it going at least until we get a natty? I'm not 100% either way. I've committed to doing 8 seasons, and the hope was that I'd be ending afterwards so I can move on to do some other stuff. But, you know, what if that season ends and we're still searching, feeling like we're close? If we fail and I still feel like we're close, it's worth another try, and there's still good interest, I would continue. But we'll see how year 8 goes. And with all the uncertainty, it's hard to see where we're going to be at the end of next season. Ty, welcome to the channel members. I appreciate that. I do a channel member live stream every month. A couple days ago, we played some backyard baseball. That was a good time. I am cooking up a backyard baseball video. Off topic, what did you think of the Falcons' new jerseys? I didn't love them, but I did like the road uniforms. The road uniforms, I think with the black pants, looked really good. So, yeah, that's another new jersey for the Falcons. I like the more retro one, the black uniform with the white numbers, red trim. That one's kind of throwback, and with the red helmet, I think looks really good. The first thing I thought when I looked at their uniforms was like Texans. I know the Texans are like more of a different color scheme with a darker blue, but like the first thing that came to mind was Texans. But I really like the if they wear the black uniform with the red helmet, that look is a winner. Kirk to the Raiders thoughts. I like it. I like that a lot. He does have familiarity with Clint Kubiak. He was the Vikings OC, I think, 2021. And I think he's probably definitely come a long way since then, when I wasn't really a fan of him being the Vikings OC that season. And I think personality-wise, he and Mendoza are a pretty good fit. for him to, be the sponge that Mendoza tries to learn from. The deal structure, very weird. I think that every year it's just getting more out of hand. And I kind of hope the CBA eventually simplifies some of what you can do with these contracts, because I want the numbers to actually mean something. And I feel like we're at the stage where just everything has been loopholed and exploited, and it's time to close some of those loopholes with void years and everything. Those throwbacks aren't new. Are they the exact same ones that they've wore from time to time? If so, they should just be the regular uniforms. But yeah, as I look at this roster here with Arkansas State, I know that a lot is going to change. And that's why the title of this stream is Change is Coming. It's a matter of how much. We got your guaranteed seniors on the way out. We're talking Akeem Madden, Keenan Barry, Emmett Paul. Top players at their positions are on their way out. And we've got some juniors as well that could look to go pro. And you've got running back Ron Best, the redshirt sophomore who is like a top 5 running back in our dynasty. I fully expect he will choose to go pro. And we are going to honor the same rules that I've had going back to the Buffalo series, where if a running back declares to the draft, I can't convince him to stay. And for anybody that wants to go pro and is projected to be a first, second, or third round player, I don't convince them to stay either. That's kind of been my rule. We're not going away from it, even if it means we may lose a player we want to keep. Would I consider doing this like the Snowhawks if you don't win it all this season? This is going to stay a play every game series. So I don't see the format changing just to try to win a ring a little bit differently. This series is going to stay in its format. Personally, I hope Matt Priester is the new starter. Yeah, and that's another element to change we could see. Is there a new quarterback? Because A, Gerald Ogletree could transfer. B, he could be passed up by Matt Priester or Melvin Lemon. Is it likely? Here are Priester's caps. He is an impact development sophomore. He could still become more accurate. There is some decent, upward potential with him. And I think right now you'd assume his overall is higher than Ogletree's next season. And we've gone through a lot of time now with Ogletree, the ups and the downs. What about Melvin Lemon, the redshirt freshman? I think a +6 boost for him would be in the cards. And then you're talking about a player whose mobility is comparable, but what if he develops the accuracy to be a bit more reliable than Ogletree? That's the really intriguing part of this, is there's a lot of ways that the quarterback position could change this year. Have I considered doing this for 2K? Like just a regular, like, my league or whatever. I'd love to play some 2K. And we'll see if, I've changed a lot of stuff on the channel the last year, and I think I'm opening the door to some new ideas. I love to get back to 2K again and actually start to build some familiarity. So where we start with this season, this offseason today, is basically knowing that there's a lot of change coming. It's just a matter of how much there's truly going to be. So let's push on towards players leaving and see what type of hand we're dealt with. I think you should strongly consider looking in the transfer portal at quarterback. I agree. I think offense is going to be, honestly, so many positions are of need. Running back, tight end, quarterback possibly, safety. We lose our top 3 corners. So I think I'm going to have to find a lot of guys to play on this next year's team. How different does it truly end up? And let's check on the CFP bracket, everybody. Oh my God, they're too good. They're too good. Georgia, maybe unbeatable. And this is something else we have to talk about. Georgia knocked us out. They won the SEC. They are defending champions and now have won 2 straight. Georgia beat Ole Miss 62-10. $564 yards, 24 points in the second. They put up 24 when they were already up 38-10. They put up 24 more points. 5 touchdowns for Hakeem Pakulak. Ty Weaver, by the way, he is an 89 overall redshirt freshman. This morning, I was going over their roster. I intended to do that before we got into the offseason today because I think this is also a story. It's no longer building up a team that can go and make a run. It's about beating a team that can even stand on the same field as the Georgia Bulldogs. And we've played them tight, right? We've played them pretty close. So they're going to lose Pakulak, which right away I think is good news for us. They're going to lose Quincy Rudder and Clarence Higdon, but Ty Weaver is, like I said, an 89 overall redshirt freshman. Georgia is the team to beat in this dynasty. And you've got to go through them. They did not end up on our regular season schedule this last season. I think just the odds probably are that we face them this year. Which means if you want to go to the conference title game, you either have to be like a 1-loss team or go undefeated. But we need to learn and figure out what it takes to beat this team. Yeah, I thought that we kept giving them third down challenge after third down challenge, and they would just answer the call every time. That team makes every catch, picks up every blitz. They're so good offensively. Yeah, and I can't be turning the ball over. You have to find a way to get some stops, and they've now won 3 championships in this series, including the last 2. So Georgia has not lost now in over a year. That was a perfect season. Yeah, the middle of the field, they know how to stretch it. Someone left a good comment. I thought that I could be in some of these situations playing the pass. I forget what it's called, pre-snap, but you can sell out to stop the run. And I don't really use that feature because I'm not trying to usually guess what they're doing that way. I'm just calling plays based on what I think they're going to do. But we bid on so much play action that it makes you think okay, maybe we do need to do something there. And I think the Twins just gave up a home run. Or it's foul, I can't tell. It's foul. Twins got a day game. All right, Georgia are the champions again. I can't wait to see who they lose to. Pakulak is one of the best quarterbacks I think we've faced. He just plays at such a high level. All right, players leaving. The rules are the same. If a running back declares, we can't stop them. If a player declares and they're projected in the first 3 rounds, I can't stop them. If Gerald Ogletree transfers, I think we probably let him if he chooses to do that. And thank you for the super chat here, the great Tacky. Georgia will always come back with firepower at any point. It's like at SEC Cold War. Crazy how this series turned into the birth of the Georgia-Arkansas State rivalry. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be rivals with like Arkansas, and then, Georgia's been an elite team lately. It's just they've built even better teams now in this game, and I'm actually impressed with like the construction of some of the teams we've run into in the SEC. Ole Miss is one of those teams. Alabama's really good. Thank you for the super chat, Alex. Thanks for the CFB stream. Loving your MLB The Show series with Minnesota. Yep, I'm really enjoying that. Hitting the ground running. I'll have another episode coming either tomorrow or Saturday, as I'm aiming to get 3 up each week. It's not a rivalry till you win a game. We did. We beat Georgia a couple years ago. So it's not just one-sided with these last 2 games. We beat Georgia in the regular season, episode 59. So that was the game where, like, they had Jawan Madden, that wide receiver, and he was incredible. He made me, like, rethink the entire receiver position. He played so well. We beat them 31-21. But now, guys, it is time for players leaving. Who is exiting Arkansas State? Who's coming back for another run? Man, if Ron Best comes back, he is like an immediate legend in my books. Here we go. Players leaving. And Ron Best, projected round 1. No chance at persuasion. He's gone. Isaiah Harris, perhaps transferring? You got Bernard Proctor, Melvin Lemon, Barry LaFell, and Rocky May. And then a bunch of players who will graduate. Many will get drafted. This is going to be great for pro potential. Ron Best is gone. Ogletree stays put. And now Melvin Lemon is going to be the first player we try to convince to stay. I'll move the camera around depending on like what's convenient. We're going to start with Lemon. He wants playing time. I don't like our chances if it's an F, man. Melvin Lemon is gone. That means Matt Priester, Gerald Ogletree, or the transfer portal are going to be the source of the starter. Melvin Lemon enters the portal. There's going to be no bringing him back with that deal breaker. This is a big one here. Isaiah Harris. We're already losing Dallas Brown. I don't want to lose both top linebackers. Yes! Isaiah Harris will stick around. Bernard Proctor. I don't want to lose more corners. Success. And then Barry LaFell. Success. And Rocky May. Failed. So Ron Best, Melvin Lemon, and Rocky May are all gone, with Lemon and May entering the portal. As someone who plays with high user transfer settings, having low chance on an F deal breaker is wild. What's usual there? It could have been worse, yes, if we lost Harris significantly. Yeah, Ogletree staying, I'm really surprised by. We'll re-enter this screen here in a moment. I just wanted to show you my settings because I haven't looked at them in a while. So for transfers, 38. Yeah, I think I've been on 38 the entire time, right? Which, that is a relatively low setting, I suppose. Okay, that's usually a very low. All right, so we've got a couple players staying. No chance, none on Ron Best. And then all these graduates. So overall, we're losing a 95 in Akeem Madden, who should be a round one player. Ron Best, Keontae Ruggins, Emmett Paul, Keenan Barry, all to the draft. Pierre Shembo would be a really good draft pick. Come on now. Pierre Shembo is like the ultimate, like, way better in the NFL than college player because his game is so much more professional. With Akeem Madden's skill sets and accolades, how high do you think he should be drafted? Top 15. Yeah, I think like right in that Brock Bowers, Colston, Loveland range. Pro potential in the portal should be good. Yeah, I think that's something that we can that can open the door for us to maybe get some players we usually didn't have access to. And if I do end up getting a quarterback upgrade in the portal, I think I would consider encouraging Ogletree to transfer just for like the story purpose. That would make more sense for him as a senior. Let's see Georgia's situation. Oh, Dallas Brown not getting drafted? That's egregious. So they got 4 round 1 projected players. They got a couple juniors, by the way, with no persuasion chance. Second, a couple 4s, 6. Brian Maddox could be on his way out. We need a running back. What's his deal breaker? Doesn't say. But we're going to need a running back. That's a lot of players leaving. All right. We continue on now as we think about what we can add to this team. Up to level 38. 10 more coach points. We can see if there's anything else that is worth buying. I have 17 points. Maybe there's like an initial starting interest I could still buy, like Portal King. I could get you Portal King on quarterbacks. I could. But it would be like all my points. Or I could spend 8 here to get receivers and tight ends more interested. So either way, you're going to add one more position there if we want to do Portal King. What do you guys think? Only go after Georgia players in the portal. That's probably a winning strategy. I like that plan. Any points towards coordinator's talent tree? You guys are saying QB for Portal King. All right. We're going to spend our points there. You could check the transfer portal first. Well, I was wondering if by checking it, would that make it so these abilities wouldn't even help us? I don't know if the interest is already set before I even click into it. This could still be too late. I don't know. But I have not clicked in to any of that stuff. So I was hoping that, like, it's not done yet. What? Talent developer unlocked. Bonus XP. Freshman and sophomore quarterbacks progress faster. Yeah, I think one of the things in this game that's a little bit weird is so many of the better abilities are locked behind so many seasons of play. And I think that, like, these abilities now do so much less because they're not there to help you along the way. I don't want it to be easy when you're starting out, but, like, you can't even get to master, or what is it called, elite recruiter, until you have two top 5 recruiting classes. And if you can do that, you don't even need this. All right, well, to be fair, I didn't get those coach points until this last sim, so I couldn't have bought Portal King earlier unless I reallocated my points differently. This is the earliest point I could have purchased it. Draft results. Ron Best and Akeem Madden go round 1. I fully agree with those. Emmett Paul round 2. Keontae Ruggins in round 3. I'll say I can kind of believe it simply because I feel like he's Brian Robinson, who was also a 3rd round pick. And then you've got Keenan Barry in round 3. Shembo in round 7. That's a steal. The skills he's good at will give him a chance in the pros, I would say. JP Vernon, Jared Maffei also sneak into the 7th round. And let's hope Georgia has a massive list. Here's Alabama's. OJ Mudia is out, so quarterback change there, and they lose Balkasoon. Arkansas only loses 3, and Arkansas is kind of on the comeback. They were tough when we played them this year. Auburn has a few. They were 7-6. Florida, 7-6, had a bunch of guys go pro. They're losing their quarterback. Georgia, 4 first-rounders. Probably all drafted by Philadelphia, I'm sure. You know, Kevin Revis was. Where's Pakulak? Bro, round 5? You are, like, celebrating like there's no tomorrow if you get Hakeem Pakulak in the 5th round. He must have, like, broke his leg at the pro day or something. Maybe there's concerns about his knee holding up long term because, man, he's a 1st-round quarterback. You know, the Packers got him. Yeah, Packers steal Pakulak late. Can't let that happen. All right, transfer portal and off-season recruiting, guys. Here are the remaining high school prospects. Kevin Lindsay at wide receiver. Tim Maggio. Let me make sure my stuff is all organized in here. I like our class a lot. I do. I wish... you know, when I was doing the member stream, I was getting some questions about what I wanted to see in CFB 27. And one of the things I talked about is that I wish for, like, the top prospects here that have really good development, that there was an easier way to develop them over the course of, like, their freshman seasons and, like, giving you more incentive to play those guys when you're already a top team. Like, how do you replicate a Ryan Williams or Jeremiah Smith type of situation? And when you're already an upper tier team, how do you convince someone to play like a 78 overall top prospect? Because usually it doesn't make sense. I like this class a lot, though. We've got a couple 5-star offensive linemen, DJ McElroy. This should be a top 5 class, I think. The numbers have to come together because we only have 11 players in it right now. So I'm going to start cleaning up the board. How many punters and kickers does one man need? I'm very close to getting a punter commit here. So we're going to take the other punters off the board. A neutral site stadium pulse for playoff games. I know I don't want to play with that. Stadium pulse gets me. Did I offer to a kicker on here? I know I found some kickers I liked. All right, help me out here, guys. We have one kicker with silver deep range, 93 power, 80 kick accuracy, and then 90 kick power, 81. Okay, so 3 better in power. That's where we were. Nick Remigio. Just a little bit more power. Oh, yeah, Mallory was a gem. So this was my debate. 3 higher kick power versus gem at 90. What do you do here? The elite devs, I always feel I have to play them immediately in some way. How do you have any idea of how much growth they can get from the start of the season to the end? Keep the gem. Gem all day. Take the gem. I've offered to both. Here's the question. Do I risk getting both and eating up a roster spot, like an extra roster spot on a kicker? Do I pull one? Because the thing is, I don't think we need a kicker for next year. I'm early. Where can I see my situation? Yeah. So Jamie Finger is still going to be here. I had to cut the grill on for this off-season stream. That's what I'm talking about. I could go for some burgers right now. Keep both. Worst case, Ogletree has to go. Man, are there any Ogletree fans watching? Don't forget the deal breaker. Brand exposure, coach prestige. We should be in good shape there. Let me see. I don't want to block all the good information here. I've had a 5-star elite receiver go from 78 to 82, and that was the highest I've seen personally. Yeah, I think to justify playing one of those guys when your team is built up and they're not the highest rated at their spot, they've got to be elite athletes, because that's a true separator at certain positions. We'll have to see if it makes sense for any that we get, because this is one of our best classes, I think, in terms of the most game-ready freshmen we're going to have. I'm not an Ogletree hater, if that counts. Oh, man. He needs to be playing at UMass. Mega Muffin says he's a floor raiser, but not an elevator. That's probably fair. And that's part of why I was so drawn to him immediately, was I thought there was a floor and more of a ceiling, because I didn't think with normal dev he'd just stay like the same. That didn't really make any sense to me. All right, so we're going to throw 25 on the competitive battles here. Clemson. I lost Rocky May, so I might put an extra bit of points here on this one. And then we need a punter. And for sure, I want to get Antoine Mallory. We'll see about Remigio. Has anyone found a gadget receiver that actually works as a quarterback? Yeah, I'm not sure how common that is. I know they often have really good throw power, but not usually accuracy. The quarterbacks or the receivers I've gotten have like 60s for accuracy. All right, let's take a look at the transfer portal, everybody. And I know you're all going to want to start at quarterback, but good news, A lot of corners are interested, and it's like the most wide open position on the roster. Let's take a look at our roster, too, just to double check all of our needs. So, we will look at quarterback. We'll take a peek. At running back, no Best, no Ruggins, and I don't think Durham is a starter. I like him as an RB3. We're looking at running backs. At receiver, we can stick with who we have and handle that. But at tight end, is Miles Allen enough? I'd be happier getting someone to compete with him. The offensive line is thankfully in a really good spot. We do need a left guard. But that was the only offensive lineman we lost, and we're gaining multiple 5 stars. So I consider O-line to be a low need. Pass rusher, yeah, we're going to need some more. Defensive tackle, it wouldn't hurt because I don't think Hopper and Monty have the big ceilings. Heaney might. Heaney has star dev and is a 4-star guy, so he might take a big leap. We do need a linebacker. Well, we don't need a transfer necessarily unless they're like really high rated. We have a lot of players that have been redshirted, have good ceilings. Hopefully, I'm blocking some of the developments here. Star, or impact. We should have someone with a good chance to jump up. Calvin Folk could be one of those players. Ooh, Connor Griffin debuts tomorrow, it sounds like, guys, for the Pirates. Cornerback is the greatest need to me. And safety is like the biggest want. As I just really want to get someone who has a better chance of being a game changer there. All right, let's go take a look. Yeah, I'm not against moving Folk to Mike, maybe. Transfer portal. Pac-Man, thank you for the super chat. Found the gem 3-star cornerback with elite dev who went from 69 to 80 during a great freshman year. That was the most I've seen by far. He also proceeded to transfer to Georgia the next year. Oh, man. That's rough. That is crazy. A plus 11 during the season. All right, guys, let's take a look at the 5 stars in the portal. The quarterbacks won't consider us. Derek Achan, Sam Armour. Can't do it. The 4s. Wow. Not a single one. Playing time. Man. Not a single one. Go get Maddox. Oh, is that the Georgia running back? We'll get there in a moment. Melvin Lemon, we cannot bring back. Ogletree and Priester. Back at it again, it appears. I can't get... Okay, 1. Antoine Cameron will speak to us. I feel like for that reason, I should put him on the board. What's his archetype? Backfield creator? Yeah, I'd like a backup with some mobility after losing Lemon. Did I ever add a quarterback this year? I think I took the year off a little bit because I didn't consider Lemon leaving. Oops. Backfield creator is so bad, though? Is it? I don't think the quarterbacks will be a huge target here, but dual threat. We'll put the top dual threat option on the board. And if you want to see numbers, Dalton Newsel didn't play much for SMU. And then Antoine Cameron did not play either. So if we bring somebody in, we don't have a track record of playtime. Where did you guys already see Maddox? 4-star prospects. Crispin. Theo Crispin, a 1,000-yard receiver as a sophomore. Brian Maddox is going to be absolutely one of our top targets. And we know that he's like a 92 overall. Florida quarterback? Who's the Florida quarterback? Ah, Robert Beatty. I didn't click on him just because he was a pocket passer and we already had a pocket passer backup. Looking for other archetypes. Yeah, pro potential is definitely up now. I think it's separated by positions, but we had a lot of different players get drafted. So that's a big plus for us in the portal this season. So you've got LSU receiver Theo Crispin. Yeah, he did. I remember that name. You're saying he had 8 for 112 on us? Let's see who else there is. J.C. Algier at wide receiver. Edward Cheeks from UNC will go on the board. Receivers, not a huge priority off the bat. And then we get to the corners. And there's going to be a lot, I think, to sort through here. Notre Dame has one. Rutgers. I need at least like 5 targets. Josh Childress, 9 sacks last year for North Texas. Melvin Maddox. LaMichael Shabazz. I'm looking for multiple running backs. Charlie Orndorff. Yeah, he had a few catches against us. He was their tight end too. It's kind of fun when you can go in the transfer portal and remember some of these players. Boise State, Lester Monty. All right, so I should have a bunch of corners now on the board. I don't know how many running backs I was able to get yet. I got Maddox, Shabazz, Ty Tonyan, north-south blocker. I can't imagine he's going to be athletic enough for the SEC. The stats on James Papeau are pretty good for a contact seeker. NC State. And then Jeremy Funchess will put on the board too. So that's 35 players. Who had 26 touchdowns? I love being able to see their last year's stats, by the way, in this menu. James Papeau had 26 rushing touchdowns. What was going on? That is crazy production. All right, I'm going to sort this so that I can have a layout that makes sense to me. I always like to go quarterbacks to running backs to receivers to D-line. And we're looking for guys who can play right now. So, beginning with the running backs. I imagine we can probably scout everybody. We know Maddox. I don't need any more information. We're offering. I don't need to scout him. That's good acceleration. That's good speed. LaMichael Shabazz. James Papo, the touchdown machine. 84 speed, but 92 acceleration, 92 broken tackle. And Jeremy Funchess. That's 98 excel. So you're comparing him to Shabazz. Funchess has 98 acceleration and 92 change of direction with better juke. Shabazz, more top speed, high break tackle. And we're comparing 96 to 98 there in acceleration. Both are elite. So both are really good. We should put points into all of them. All right, Theo Crispin, I don't think we need to necessarily scout. We'll just offer. Based off of the foggy memories. Charlie Orndorff, I'd actually like to see some of the ratings. Yeah, I think we need to give him an offer. Hopefully I can send the house to everybody I'm interested in. Let's scout the corners. Silver Jammer and Quick Jump. I think abilities are a real separator here. I think that's going to be the big thing. Ball hawk, house call, blanket coverage, 99 change of direction. 86 speed is a little low, but he makes up for it. You do have to see how athletic they are when we're playing in the SEC. So for sure we like Vernon Fantuz, an elite athlete, boundary guy. Should be one of our top targets. Dion Everett. He's a slot corner. Cooperative Gamer, we're on the same page there. Bradford's a better fit on the outside. 97 catching, too, if he can get his hands on one. Akeem Madden player lock franchise would be peak. If they can make tight end interesting, a tight end career mode would be pretty fun. Matt Wallner just hit a home run for the Twins. I kind of want to scout more corners after kind of going through this. '99 zone coverage. Marco Andrews is next. 87 zone coverage, 83 catching. I don't think I'm offering him yet. Because I think he's close to like a Dontre Guyon, whereas Cheeks has 85 awareness and 99 zone coverage. Marco's good too. Let's take a look at our other guys. So, Guyon at 87 overall or 86. Andre Adeyemi's still here. The awareness for them is 77 and 78. The zone is 90 and 91, so we're looking for, like, definitive upgrades, like with man cover skills or something elite. I feel like I'm going to need to open up some more space on the board, potentially. I haven't even gotten to the quarterbacks yet. So back to Marco Andrews. I just think that he's kind of right in line with the type of safety we already have. What's the robber ability? Anyone know that one off top? I'm going to cut Sterling here. That's really good. We're going to offer to Childress. Better zone coverage movement. Very strong, not a developed pass rusher, but an elite athlete. I think I'll offer to him too. Have I ever thought of opening a Discord server? Thank you for the super chat, Pum. I mean, I've considered it. I just haven't really wanted to deal with, like, the running it and having to moderate it and everything. It could be fun. It's been asked many times if I'd open up a server. I also don't want it to be something that I'm, like, always checking on and it's just, like, more of a distraction. Have you thought about doing a draft recap video? For the NFL draft, I'm not sure I have really anything to say. Anything interesting. I don't follow the draft as close as I once did, and there are some other channels out there that do it really well. I consume a lot of draft content. Cody Clemens just went Oppo home run. Yeah, I know a lot of people would enjoy this server. I will definitely consider it. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I appreciate the super chat. I enjoy doing the streams where we all get to hang out, but I know a lot of people would like a server. And a lot of creators have one. It's also a good place to, like, announce stuff. Like, it can be really useful. We're going to scout Antoine Cameron. Probably too low rated. But he is a freshman going into a sophomore season, so we do need to just add a quarterback. I think Josh Bell just hit a home run. The Twins are unloading here late in the game. Speed, very similar. Throw power, very similar. Short accuracy is better on Noozle. Don't know if I'll spend points here in stage 1. Yeah, the throw power is pretty low on both. I could always put them back on the board later, but I'm going to remove both for now because I have more points, and I kind of wanted to see if there were any other corners that I could look at or other DBs. Like, I didn't scout Pettigrew, and he comes from Tennessee, and then you've got Paul Keener from Michigan. And he's a freshman transferring. So let's, you got to consider the freshman to sophomore leap some of these guys could take too. Like, the zone there is low, but he is a freshman. I think you got to get him. That's pretty good. Yeah, we'll have to look at some other positions later, but the board is just filled right now with key positions. Yeah, I like Alton Pettigrew too, but he's a junior, so he's a lot less interesting. A little bit less interesting. I wish the awareness was better. Because our other options have 81, 93, 85 here if we go after Trey Bradford. I should go after Trey, huh? The speed is a little bit low, but the acceleration helps make up for it. The zone and awareness are good, and the catching's elite, and he's 6'1". Hey, Kill, I appreciate the membership here. 14 months, thank you. Yeah, the corners are very compelling, and thankfully, like, I think part of it is they know the playing time is available. That's the deal breaker for Keener. Championship contender's good. Pro potential's now good after getting Emmett Paul drafted. So I got 10 left. I can at least offer a scholarship somewhere. I could even take points off of these guys, too, if there was something more I wanted to do right now. Marco Andrews. At the very least, Andrews would be like an improvement over a lot of our depth. And if he develops well because he's a sophomore going into his junior season, he might even leapfrog some guys. So I'm going to rip some points out. And I want to be able to send the house on him. You like using junior class dudes on the O-line? Just catch them with their senior season. High experience guys. At the very least, you're thinking like, if they're a 4-star guy, you're thinking at least minimum like an 82, 83 overall. Which Vikings team are you taking? 98 or 2009? See, I did not watch football at that time in 98. I was too young. Not too young to watch football, but I just didn't yet. But based off what I know, I'd probably take the 98 team. Because, like, a Gary Anderson field goal could have basically clinched their ticket to the Super Bowl that year. In 2009, when the Vikings lost to New Orleans, I kind of thought that, you know, it would have been tough for them to even beat the Colts. And I don't think the Vikings ever beat Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. Ever. I would take a 98 team. That was the rookie Randy Moss year. And like I forget where I saw this, but it's like the best way, like, how do you describe, we all know Randy Moss is one of the greatest receivers of all time, Hall of Famer. Like, what can you say that hasn't been said? And like the one fact that kind of like blew my mind a little bit was that he made Hall of Famer Chris Carter a number 2 receiver. That's how good Randy Moss was as a rookie. '98 team would have been cooked by the '98 Broncos. We add Kevin Lindsey. But how would their defense have stacked up? Oh, we can't get Papo. Just looked it up. Peyton was 4-0 against Minnesota. Brady was 6-0. Yeah. The only thing I wasn't sure about was like Peyton Manning's rookie year, if he played the Vikings or anything. But like, the Vikings could never beat the elite AFC quarterbacks. And even now, they don't have a win against Mahomes. They do have a win against Josh Allen. It was like the craziest game I ever saw. I don't think they have a win against Joe Burrow. They have wins against the Bengals, but I don't think they've beat Joe Burrow because they played him in Burrow's second year, and that might be their only meeting with him. They've definitely not beat Lamar Jackson. Like, you can look at the last 30 years of this, and it's a thing. All right, back in week 2 of recruiting. They beat Mac Jones. They did. It was, I think, Thanksgiving. Mac Jones put up some numbers. And the Vikings had a kickoff return touchdown that probably shouldn't have stood. What's going to happen to 9? Ideally, backing up Kyler Murray, I think. 9 going to be in the UFL. Y'all going too far. Y'all going too far on 9. Let them live. It feels wrong that they only played Brady and Manning 10 times. Yeah, because prior to the 17-game schedule, you would simply play the opposite division, or a rotating opposite conference division every year, which would mean you would play the AFC West every 4 years. And that was it. It was that or the Super Bowl. And now, with the 17 game, I think that extra game is an AFC opponent of equal standing in division standings from the previous year. So now you play an extra out-of-conference team that's more on your level from the previous season. For this series, I'm for sure doing year 8. If we miss out on the championship and there's still good enthusiasm around the series, I would continue. I enjoy doing these streams. I enjoy like the multi-game episodes. I really like doing the multiple games. And I like doing it for the whole season last year until the postseason. That fit to me pretty well. Heck yeah. We need Brian Maddox. Shabazz. Ooh. Uphill battle. Funchess. All right, we're locked out here. Are you sure you don't want to put us up above UCLA? Charlie Orndorff, that's good. Are tight ends complementary with running backs on visits, or is it what's complementary with running back? Because I don't have a quarterback or tight end on the board currently. Oh, we're in first for so many corners. I think we'll pass on Pettigrew. O-line, that's it. Tight end is only quarterback. So my complimentary visit game is going to be pretty weak. What's the quarterback picture for next year? Are we going after anybody? So Melvin Lemon transferred away. If you missed, he chose to transfer away. We'll see where he ends up, and potentially if he's starting, I'd love to face him. Oh, he's got an offer from Colorado State. And for the transfer portal, there are very few quarterbacks we can even talk to. Not many deal breakers here will be met. And of the ones we do meet, we were already locked out before it began. So you're looking at Gerald Ogletree and Matt Priester again. I guess the good news for y'all is that it's Ogletree's senior season. Let me look for a guard. Perfect. High rated, second. Perfect. Because I could possibly get a visit set up with him after another week to make it complementary with Maddox. And I need a left guard. So, perfect, right? I'm also going to add... What am I going to add? It's a mystery. The running backs kind of... After 1 week, Maddox is the only one we're in good shape for, and that's going to be very competitive. So I'm not comfortable with just those options. North-south blocker, I don't think that's going to give us SEC athleticism. That archetype just won't work for me. Eric Ferrero, backfield threat, 164 pounds. No power. Oh, if it gets that bad, I might have to do more scouting later. Or just look for big schools. Alani Luvu, but he's a junior. Keelan Kennedy, freshman from Arkansas. I'd be kind of interested there. I got points to scout. 164 pounds. Eat a steak, bro. A nice fatty one, too. With a bunch of sides. The real worst case scenario is Kenneth Agood moving to running back. Yeah, and that is about as good of an emergency plan as we could hope for. And part of like going after Crispin would be to make our receiver room stronger if we have to do that. But also I expect he would at least be a top 4 guy, and I can't trust Christian Fine after last year's lack of development. So with Maddox, what I'm going to do, because I don't want to miss, I want to schedule a week 3 visit. Or I could do week 4. What do you guys think? Because I want to get the offensive linemen to the top 5 stage so I can make that one complimentary. Do we think it happens by next week? Should I schedule Maddox for week 4? Do you risk that being too late? Best side with the steak? Best side with the steak for me? Probably some corn. Mac and cheese. And if the steak has a lot of drippings, I do like some French fries there, because then I don't even need like ketchup or anything. Just like the steak juices make it so good. Oof. There are some weaknesses here, but we have to look past them. Baked potato. I've never really been a big potato guy, but maybe I could try it again. Corn is such a Midwest answer. It is. Yes. We do like our corn. Best side with the steak is another steak. What's your go-to steak? For me, it would be New York strip. Medium. What about rice? I don't think I've ever had a rice served with steak that I've been crazy about. Like, I like rice. I have it with, like, Mexican and Asian food, but I haven't really found one that I like to pair up with steak, but I imagine it couldn't be that hard if it's got good juice. Ribeye. Medium rare. Ribeye. Ribeye. What about spaghetti? Dude, I would totally have steak and spaghetti. I don't think I've ever had a true Wagyu steak. I don't know. You know, Wagyu has become like a marketing thing at the grocery store, but like, I don't really know if it's just a marketing thing or the real deal. Steak on pizza? My perfect pizza is pepperoni, bacon, green pepper. Steak and spaghetti. Y'all are wild. Hey, the people in Cincinnati are weirder with their chili on spaghetti, which I would totally try. As a matter of fact, I have actually done that. Like, I don't have the access to what's the restaurant called out there? What is it called? I know what it is. No, you think ribeye's too fatty? Skyline Chili, yes, Skyline Chili. I would like to go to Skyline Chili. I made spaghetti noodles and I put like a can of chili on it, dude. It was like the worst idea of all the things you could eat. Why would you choose to put a can of chili on the spaghetti? And the chili wasn't good enough, guys. It was not good. I need a higher quality chili to try it again. Biscuits in chocolate gravy, Arkansas classic. Is that real? What is chocolate gravy? There's no way that's a thing. Try Wendy's chili? I like Wendy's chili, yeah. And I actually like the canned version of it too. It ain't that bad. Just expensive. Oh yeah, the food talk, usually it takes an hour and a half, you know. The stream has to have been live for a while. We get there eventually. Chocolate gravy. Flash, you missed the origin of the chocolate gravy conversation. I've never heard of this. That has to be a dessert. 100% real. I'm from Arkansas. We got an expert here, guys. Chocolate gravy. Oh my God. A sweet pudding-like sauce from the Appalachian and Ozark regions, traditionally served over biscuits for breakfast. Southern style chocolate gravy recipe, 4.8 stars, 331 reviews. I would definitely eat that. I'm not questioning like eating it. I'm just questioning like its existence. If it was called Nutella and biscuits, it would become mainstream immediately. But if you say chocolate biscuits and gravy from Arkansas, a lot of people are going to raise questions and not be that open-minded. Yeah, I can show the gameplay sliders. I can show you what I got for wear and tear, but like I don't really like where it is, but I can show you what I got. I'm not huge on seafood. I just don't like that under the water flavor. So like I'd have to try something that's a little bit less fishy, I guess. Y'all keeping this a secret from us? This chocolate gravy thing is sounding nice. Mega Muffin's open-minded to it. What are you looking for in wear and tear? Well, ideally, it's like players accruing wear and tear from week to week that doesn't just get erased unless they have like a week off. So it's like the balance of accruing wear and tear without it getting too high and kind of matching the workload. It's a tricky thing to balance. I would definitely try chocolate gravy. A few more people are going to try chocolate gravy because of this, and the Arkansas takeover will be nearly complete. You know, it's Arkansas State. Maybe that's what this team is missing. Maybe I got to start my day with some chocolate biscuits and gravy before diving into a recording. I have not tried that. How long did I start the stream? Yeah, hour 15 ago. Might order a steak tonight and chocolate gravy for dessert. That's what I'm talking about. Put it right on the cornbread that you eat with the steak. Break all the rules. Apparently there aren't any. My home country has a chocolate rice porridge. That's a popular breakfast item. I could get on board with that. Put Ogletree on a chocolate gravy diet? No, I'm putting that 160-pound running back on that. The steak with the side of steak guy will handle his dinners, and then Arkansas will handle the breakfast. We'll have him up to 185 by next year. Promise. Must eat if you win the championship. If we win the championship, I'll have chocolate biscuits and gravy. Chocolate gravy is the new meta. It's the Arkansas way. And apparently I didn't realize that. I'm learning so much more about this state than I ever knew was out there. Okay, I got to get back to doing some recruiting eventually. So, I'm trying to plan when Jason Tracy is going to be available for a visit. And I'd like it to coincide with Maddox. So I either want to schedule him for week 3 or week 4. And I'm also going to find the other guard to see if he's actually a better fit. The Carson break diet. I don't know if anybody's actually ready for that. What would the diet look like if you were a 299-pound quarterback? Like, you could actually, like, play the position. Like, what's the healthiest high-calorie stuff you can have? I remember reading a long time ago about, like, a tight end moving to the offensive line. I can't remember if this was college or something, and so long ago I can't remember. But, like, this guy was just eating, like, Chipotle burritos twice a day to put on weight to move positions. Darnell Washington, hey, you give him some of the chocolate biscuits and gravy. We could have him playing tackle for Pittsburgh next year. Patrick Chakwara does have a couple low ratings here, so I don't know if he's going to be a upgrade over Tracy. Man, that awareness grade stinks. I think at this point we're okay if Tracy's a backup. We're using this to replace the starter potentially and make this more complimentary. So week 3 or 4. Chocolate gravy on the steak, yes. Why not? It's something Buddy the Elf would eat. Just go on the quick trip diet. You think week 4? As long as he doesn't choose prior to week 4, I think we'd be okay. Pro potential is his deal breaker. The Buc-ee's diet. Now that you can move a position in like 3 weeks on the Buc-ee's diet. The chat, eventually the door opens. Like I think someone's like, yeah, this is too much football. I'm going to open the door to the food conversation and see where this one goes. Way too much football. Yeah, I forgot about hard selling. I knew I was missing something. I don't know if I can get away with it yet with Maddox. Let's see what we have here. If we can narrow it down to 2 and maybe double up on soft sells, we need pro potential in there. 2 It could be Sunday player. It could be football influencer. I hope it's Sunday player. Or it could be gym rat, and I sure hope it ain't. Should I just go all in on this one? It can't be football influencer? You Americans and your food choices. Yeah, the things here are normal that I understand aren't everywhere. Soft sell both. We would get the for sure answer faster that way. So you say it can't be football influencer? Well, I don't want it to be this. Oh, it can't be football influencer. Yeah. Pro potential. Could be gym rat. Please don't be. Gym rat so bad, I don't think I'll soft sell it. Well, it's not so bad. I got an A and a B plus in there. We already know he's good, by the way, because we've played against him. That's why I didn't scout him fully. I don't think we have any word yet on 27, and they've condensed the news cycle now to like the 6 weeks before the game comes out, so we're probably not going to be talking about it until like June, unless something leaks. And even then, I haven't really been a leak coverer. Yeah, I know I'm going to need a quarterback added to the team. The numbers there are pretty bad now with Melvin Lemon exiting the program. I have Ahmad Killings. Have you ever considered that maybe he's the good third quarterback, even though he has an F playing time deal breaker? Yeah, I'll probably... The board was getting tight, so I was going to kind of focus on quarterback later on with like a 3-star. I'm probably just going to... do I want to re-add the same guy to the board or roll the dice that there's someone better out there? I think we got locked out of a bunch, guys. Tavares Morton from Minnesota. Okay, there's still Dalton Newsel. Yeah, you don't want to risk getting locked out entirely. So there are a couple more guys we could scout. And we have so many points. It's kind of worth it. Go for a fast pocket passer. When you scout pocket passers, will it show their speed at least? Because I don't want a pure statue quarterback. 88 throw power is better. Tavares Morton. As a freshman, I could see, you know, him not being the worst QB3 guy. Yeah, at this point, too, I could scout a high school player that has kind of been left off the boards. I might remove Raheem Jennings. I don't see an elite trait, and I need board space. I'm going to cut Cedric Tyree as well because the blocking is low and the receiving skills aren't good enough. I need room with my 2 kickers. Let's see the high school quarterbacks quick. A little side quest because that was a good point. I don't think you'll get a 4. Can't do it. And for 3s, we're looking for, well, the top guy. I'm pretty sure I've scouted Ziemba. Greg Burden. He has an SEC offer. Yeah, okay. I have scouted Ziemba partially. Didn't have the arm strength. Greg Burden. 83 throw power. I don't see that working. All right, so there were a couple more quarterbacks I could try scouting. I agree we need to add somebody. Newsel could always be re-added. And here we go from Troy. Yeah, the pure runner archetype I don't think is very good from what I've seen. Speed here on Torrey Childs is decent, and so is the throw power. And he's a freshman. Okay, so out of our options here, I think now you put Torrey Childs up there. That's decent, yeah. Yep, I'll give him a scholarship offer. Torrey Childs. He has an offer, too, from Iowa. All right, so we're at 33 targets. Let's check on any more potential hard sells. We know Coach Prestige and Championship Contender here. Could be aspirational goals. Status Seeker. House Call. Or Standard Bearer. You got a lot of options here. What do you like to do in that situation when there are so many? Do you just keep sending the house? Charlie Orndorff, we've got Conference Prestige and Playing Style. So we're looking at Gamer? Standard Bearer? Okay. We'll do a double soft sell here and get that nailed down. Josh Childress, we know Pro Potential and Conference Prestige. Sunday Player, Football in, no. Gamer. Clocked in. So I think we're at 3 options here. I'll do one soft. Or should I just double it? Yeah. Because I guess if there's 3 options, then we can guaranteed find out in 1 week. Even if both are wrong. There'll be a third one. All right. Lester Monty. Playing style. Got it all. Perfect. That's a lucky one. The corners, perfect. And no one's going after Keener. So we only have one. I'm just going to stick to send the house. Trey Bradford, pro potential. Oh, that is so good. We got Edward Cheeks, Coach Prestige, championship contender. I feel like we're going to have multiple choices here. Yeah, we can do the double soft sell here. And Marco Andrews, we know championship contender, conference prestige. Yep, we need to pick the battles very carefully because I only have so many possibilities of making it complimentary. Yeah, still got a lot of possibilities here. I feel like Conference Legend is like never the choice. Yeah, there are still actually way too many for Marco Andrews here. I do need more players at running back, too. That's something else to consider. I know I have one in this class, Miguel Trevino. With Impact Dev. Let me double check my dev traits here. I don't think I had an elite this year. Oh, I did. Carlos Cash. Star, impact, normal, normal. I still have some points, so I want to use them. I might remove Remigio so I have the extra spot and just go all in here on Antoine Mallory, the gem kicker. All right. So just double checking all my possible visits here. We got Maddox in week 4. Orndorff, tight end. Is that complimentary with receiver or was that just quarterback? I'm sure he will be a good kicker, but we have one kicker already we're trying to get. Tight end with quarterback. So I could set up a cornerback safety one. I have to send the house there. The Keener battle is solid right now. I need a boost for Trey Bradford. And I got to pick which safety pairs up with him. And Cheeks had 99 zone coverage, so I think that's the way we go here. So those two will both visit now. I have 110 points now to spend. I could just have Monty visit too, because I can only have 4 visits per week, and it seems like I'm only having 2 right now. So we'll have Monty come in. Orndorff might fit too, because, oh, I might have a quarterback visit. I might. So I'll save that. Man, Kevin Martindale could really save the day right now at running back, for sure. But I want Brian Maddox really badly. All right, looking for more targets. There are 4s out there, but we can't talk to them. I'm looking for a vertical threat. There aren't many. No options in 3 stars. Max Ruth was good enough to get on the field there. Washington, that's a big school. Let's try D tackle. I haven't really looked there. And we've got Devon Matlock from UNC. Yeah, let's do more looking at defensive tackles now. Yeah, Jose here could be a decent 2 to 3. But I would prefer Orndorff. I guess we keep him on the board to try and not get locked out. Matlock, super strong. So, not a huge pass rusher, but a really good run stopper. And I feel like we haven't had a top-tier run stuffer in a while. So, Groy, I mean, these are really good ratings when you consider he is a freshman. I think we offer to both. And in both cases, okay, we're already number 1 for Groy. This is a good setup, I think. So they're perfect fits for the board, and that gets our points spent for this week. All right. Let's see what changes going into the next week now. The portal, man, it eats up so much time of our off seasons, and especially like this year, it's so important. Tim Maggio, we get a commitment at center. We'll bring in Noah Lichtensteiger, our new punter. And we're locked out by Marco Andrews to not crack the top 3. All right, we don't need 50 here anymore. All right. We got work to do on Torrey Childs. For Maddox, we're still in first. It's close. No one's scheduled a visit but us, and we got it in week 4. So that's massive. Shabazz, I don't know if we are closer. Weren't we further away? I guess it went from like the top 5 or 8 to the top 3, and so it looks a little bit closer now. It's definitely doable. I don't know about Crispin. We'll try. Orndorff. And yeah, we haven't gotten Tracy yet to his top 5, so that'll happen hopefully next week. Come on. New offers in for Anthony Groy. Definitely sending the house on him. What's the outcome on Ogletree? So, he did not choose the transfer. Melvin Lemon did, and he left. And the transfer portal has given us really no quarterback upgrade options. The best I've been able to find that will talk to us is Torrey Childs, who really is more of a QB3 right now. So it doesn't look like anything can really change there. I was open to it, but things did not line up nicely for us. Good spot here for Cheeks. All right, so we got a lot of fixing up to do now on the pitches. We know house call is his. Trey Bradford, we got his. Paul Keener. Not even given one yet. Playing time. Let's see if we can narrow it down or not. Could be Star Search. Feels like it never is. Could be Campus Personality. Feels like it never is. Could be Primetime Player. All right, so we're going to do a soft sell on Primetime Player for sure. I think it's going to be that one. Did I get your last super chat? Oh, let me check. Al Tough, I appreciate the super chats. I'm sorry if I missed one. Can kind of get sidetracked here when I'm doing this. When does the last... Oh, yeah. Where does the last episode Snowhawk controversy and follow-up rank all-time in channel moments? This is a reminder that everyone should check it out. I'm sorry I missed this earlier. That was definitely one of the biggest, like, controversial missed, like, bad calls. You know, it doesn't happen a ton, but sometimes the spot of the ball is not done well. There can be bad calls. It's kind of interesting that we don't run into that happening more often. But that's one of the worst. And you consider, like, they were the 7 seed at the time. We were the 8. That's one of, like, the worst calls at, like, moments for a worst call that we've ever had. That was crazy. I'm happy to see so many are still enjoying the Snowhawks. I love what that series has become. You know, I'm getting ready here for episode 10 here pretty soon. And I don't really have any plans to stop this series. It's just, you know, I'm trying to get us to a title. And if it doesn't happen, we're still like, the team is built up to where I want to keep trying. And the videos are still doing well. There's a lot of interest there. And it's really a fresh style of content that it's nice to have something new here on the channels that I can kind of grow with again. The Steelers will continue, but with all I'm working on right now and wanting to get the Twins franchise underway, I paused it because it's the one where we've actually won a title. It's the one with the most accomplishments. It will return, And when it does, it'll be with some larger videos. So you will have that to look forward to, but I haven't worked on it other than I have some notes for the off season. Because I know what I'm doing in the off season. I need more answers here. And I really want to get Fan 2s, so I got to schedule him for a visit. I might as well do it week 4, because Notre Dame's not going to do it here in the 3rd week. So at the very least, I can for sure block them. Got the answer there. Ooh, it's not either not gamer and not football influencer, which I think will narrow it down. I think Sunday player. All right, standard bearer here. Thank you, TL3. Hope all is well over there. I'm excited about this next season. I know we're going to miss Ron Best and Akeem Madden, but we've done so many of these series. We tend to do an okay job of replacing the stars. But, yeah, I mean, there is always the possibility that that was our best chance. You know, think about Kalispell's dynasty and how things did, like, fall off a little bit after, like, the Brandon Warren era. Playing time, procs to home, brand exposure. Perfect. I still think we're in pretty good shape even after what we lost. We just don't have that. To me, Ron Best was as close to like a running back easy button as we've had. He's so good. Pro potential. Dion Everett is a hard sell. The gamer isn't a fit. I can fix that. Pro potential is what I'm looking for here. Football influencer or gym rat. And we got Sunday player on Brian Maddox. I knew it was going to be Sunday player. And you just watched 2 running backs get drafted in rounds 1 and 3. So you know this is the right move, Brian. So you said that. Which one isn't a fit here for what reason? Championship contender. Oh, yeah. Gamer can't fit because it doesn't have championship. Got it. Sunday player. Good call. I could probably save myself some time if I learn the icons better. That's next level strat. I hope the training results pop off because when you lose so much, you need to replace it. And it's not easy. But I mean, Ron Best was the result of a training result big boost, right? So we know what happens. We have some high dev players. A lot of targets right now. I might remove Jose and Canave and look for more. Because I have a lot of points to burn right now. I imagine Ogletree goes up to 89. I'm not even expecting a +1. I have no expectations for him to get any better. I'll scout Mike Warren, looking for man cover skill, mainly at safety. Syracuse has a safety. We'll focus on safety right now. See if even one player can enter the board. Pitt. Perfect. These players don't have any offers. 83 man, 85 speed. That sets the bar. 90 speed, 80 man, 75 zone. So a hybrid safety who's more athletic than Cordell Herring at 97 speed. Okay. These three guys are very different cases for each of them. Yeah, Warren, I think we cut out the worst athlete. .97 speed. The tackling and catching are way better on Adebawore. And he's a lot closer to being ready to play. They're both sophomores. So I think I like Adebawore. Speed and awareness are higher on Alba. So it's like, who do you think develops better? Adebawore is ranked higher. Send both? Take both? I mean, they might be upgrades, and I might end up just cutting a bunch of safeties. Alba equals Elliott from Kalispell. Ooh. Elliott Red. Yeah, my board is like full right now. I have one spot open. I haven't even really been looking where I am in these battles. So we're in good shape for Cheeks, Bradford, Keener. We'll see about Everett. If you're going to lose, I'd rather lose early just so I can move on to some other players. I don't like the situation for Childress a ton, but we got Lester Monty. I got 2 D tackles. We're in pretty good overall shape. I don't know if I like this Crispin battle. I have more visits to set up, though, so that might be where my points go. Like, I need to visit with Shabazz if I'm going to pull off a comeback here, and he's really athletic, so I want to prioritize that. It'd be competitive if I go week 4, so I'm going to go week 3. Pro potential. Love you, Kane, but we got to see some better user quarterback play out of you this year as well. I didn't play that great this last year. No, I agree with that. There are certain seasons where you can tell I'm a little bit more dialed in. My eyes are in the right place. And I'm kind of surprised I took 27 sacks because it felt like I was taking too long. And a lot of like throws as the quarterback's getting hit. So I know that wasn't a good enough overall season. I thought I played okay in the Georgia game. You know, I think I played worse in a lot of other games. At quarterback. Couple interceptions in there. That first one, I'm still like, I look at the play and I'm like, I can kind of see like getting it to Madden there. I'm going to visit with Crispin this week to see if week 4 is even worth keeping him on the board. We're going to save Orndorff, I think, in case I can make it complimentary with Childs. Or I should just make it a 4. Yeah. Plug him into 4. Which means I'm trying to hold that for Childs. Josh Childress already has a week 3 visit. Yeah, we'll see if how much we're missing Akeem Madden, because we've had him for a few years, and he is a game-changing. You know, the offense changes when you have a player of that caliber. So it's like, I don't care if it's a receiver, running back, tight end. I want somebody elite that you're changing the offense for. All right, here's the situation here. If I wait on Childs for week 4, then I'm probably not going to get Childress for week 4, and I'm a little concerned that he cuts it to the top 3 and I don't get there anyway. Do I just remove Childress? Try again? I got Monty, who's super athletic and strong. I might have to remove Childress and just take the L, because LSU is going to go to the top. Yeah, he's gone. All right. We're going edge. I've already taken care of my 4s. Keegan Hajrulahu. I'm kind of looking at just like the size of the school of the players out there. I got a Michigan State guy. The power moves are really good. And I think that's what I'm looking for. If I have more of a raw athlete at the other edge spot, I'm looking for someone who has like the pass rush skills already there. So I'm very interested here. And you can get, you know, the progression you hope raises the awareness and everything. So I am putting him on the board. 30 points remaining. Yeah, Abreu was like a good option too. It's just how many do you really go with? The board is filled right now with players I either want or already have. I got one open spot. I can probably scout 1 or 2 more players. I'm always down to learn a new pronunciation. We haven't even looked at linebacker. I doubt there's a 4. There's only 1 4 anyway. Lurker archetype. Ooh, but Vieira already has us in his top 3 without an offer. Give me Jamal Thomas. Let's scout him. Too slow. Too slow for the SEC. So I'm not going to be able to fully scout anybody else. I'll just have to pick somebody. Devon Boudreau. I might like him when we move on. He's an 83 awareness freshman. I wish I'm getting 5 points to offer because that's enough. Man, I might even want to scout him a little bit more. 80 speed. It's like just enough. Yeah. I'll offer on that. That awareness for a freshman, you got to take that. All right. To the next and final week of transfer portal decisions. We get Lester Monty. He transfers. Trey Bradford. This is going to not really clean up the board a lot. Just give me more points. Edward Cheeks. That's an early start. You know, we got an edge, corner, safety. Pretty good. I will check where Rocky May and Melvin Lemon went, yes. I can probably end up sending the house here on Patton. We'll see. I don't imagine I'll have a tough time with my remaining points. That gap closed on Torrey Childs. That's cool. First place with Maddox, and we got the visit. This is in the bag. He should be our next running back. Shabazz. I don't think it's going to be enough. Funchess, I don't think it's going to be enough. LSU has a visit with Crispin. This one's over. I'll remove him. Man, that stings. Bang. The visit's going to probably land us Orndorff. Jason Tracy. If I want to, like, guarantee a win here, I can. It'd be my last visit. Matlock first. Groy. But some of these players I can change the pitch on. That's huge. We should get Fantus. Oh, man. Dion Everett. They're sleeping on Keener. All right. I would have kept Crispin on the board just in case. I don't think there's anything that can happen. Is there a good enough case to do it? All right, let me double check all our pitches. We should be mostly good to go. Pro potential, conference prestige. Tell me we can get a perfect pitch. Could be Sunday player. Could be gamer. So, do we think that the double soft sell, making sure we get one, is the play? And I got the visit too, so I feel pretty safe. Pro potential has to be in there. All right, that should be okay. For Groy. Conference prestige, championship contender, and we're kind of trailing. So I feel here I need to just make a play. Aspirational goals. Status seeker, it rarely ever is. Gamer. If I want to win, I might have to take a chance. Could I edge out Texas Tech with double soft? It's Sunday player. A visit for him could be the bonus, yeah. It's Sunday player or nothing. Soft isn't enough. All right, so if we want the extra, then it would be do a visit with him. Matlock, we're in good shape. Coach Prestige, playing style. Standard bearer. Nice. It's got to be that. Not a single one on Tracy here. Coach Prestige. Status seeker. Definitely could see it being aspirational goals. Have we signed any big transfers yet? We got a couple good ones, and a very important one here could be next in Brian Maddox. This music is straight out of 1986. Man, if the YouTube library just had like an entire synthwave thing on here, like that would be all I needed. I did find some new stuff lately. That's one of the newer tracks. Let's see what else we got on here. Yeah, this sounds like it could be an 80s movie all day long. Coach Prestige. I like this one though. I'm gonna go with aspirational goals on this one. Going all in on it. Charlie Orndorff, got that. Star Search, got that. All right, football influencer, get the full. Exactly, B-Ron. Every now and then they got some new stuff in there that really fits for me. Why is it never Gym Rat? A few of these just seem to never ever pop up. At least here we got a fighting chance, like getting to hard sell versus soft sell on Shabazz. I could also put, I mean, it would make it competitive here with Maddox, which I don't want to do anything to jeopardize getting him. I got one more visit spot open. And I got a couple guys that could fit, like Tracy would be complimentary. We don't need to do it on Keener. Or I could use it to try to get an edge for Anthony Groy. All right, what do we got next? I've never seen a kicker whose motivation here is pro potential, and we're a D+ because our kickers haven't been drafted. That's pretty hysterical, to be honest. Like, imagine these songs over like a Carson Break slow-mo reel. I think Carson Break could be an 80s action star. So, you got Childs to be complimentary. You've got Tracy to be complimentary. Or Groy to try to top Texas Tech. I will say quarterback is like the greatest need here. And it's kind of intriguing. Let me see what the pitches are. I don't think I've checked the hard sell possibilities yet on Childs. Coach Prestige is in there. Aspirational Goals is on the table. So is Status Seeker. So is Conference Legend, which isn't a very common one. Or Standard Bearer, which is actually common. So I don't feel great about the pitch unless you just want to take a swing. If I had to guess which one it is, Aspirational Goals. I do like the skill set, though, on Childs, and we do need another quarterback. And I'm not getting him without taking some sort of a chance here. I'm going to make it a complimentary visit with an A+ visit grade. Send the house. You think the visit makes that up? I mean, we are already getting faster than them, so that could be the play. And if that's what we do, we've maxed out Patton, Mallory, we've maxed out everybody else. We have all of our visits set up, and we have one spot on the board if you guys want to do some last-second scouting one at a time. These songs go hard. Let me look at the top-ranked players, any position. Wide receiver route artist Alani Marvin. $90 as a freshman? We lost Rocky May. He's a freshman. Is that it? He's the one. And now I don't have any way to spend the rest of my points. Bang, that was top ranked player, so it's not like I picked a random guy, but like first try, there we go. All right, just to see where the Arkansas State players are going. Man, I love this like this new soundtrack here. This is good like chill stream music. Melvin Lemon has an offer from Colorado State. He has not yet made his decision. And Rocky May has no offers. That's kind of sad. Katashi, thank you for becoming a new channel member. I appreciate that. It is kind of like that music, yes. Good call, sliding catch. All right, guys, we got Antoine Patton. We got Brian Maddox. Charlie Orndorff. Those are two players we've played against. We know. Paul Keener. Antoine Mallory at kicker. Anthony Groy. We won that battle. That was a tight one. Jason Tracy. This is going to be a huge portal class. Torrey Childs. Let's go. Devon Matlock. Vernon Fantuz. One of the most important players to target. Keegan Hajrulahu, edge rusher. George Adebawore, free safety. Cam Alba, free safety. Devin Boudreau, Mike linebacker. Alani Marvin at receiver. We just found him. What a class there. We lost out on Jeremy Funchess. I was reading that. So we lost out on Dion Everett. That's a high hit rate, though, for the portal. I only got one running back. But I got the number one. Been here since the Rams Dynasty. Have watched every series since. Looking forward to more Twins streams and Maddox thriving on here. Let's go. We got Brian Maddox. And he's going to be a junior. So you better have Maddox dripped out. We got to go and manually look at his equipment. Is he the new star? Well, we can exit recruiting now and go take a look at position changes and get an idea of where these guys are at. So we do have a fourth quarterback on roster. Torrey Childs, star? Holy smokes, we got a star quarterback? That's huge. Hit me with that plus 15, man. Hit me with that, please. The people need it. I can't believe we got a star quarterback in the portal. Highest dev quarterback this series has ever had. Was accuracy uncapped? I didn't even look. Bro, this is too good. Who screwed this up? I forgot where he came from. I'll have to check in the video, or one of y'all will know. Maddox is a 90 with elite dev. Oh my god. He's not going to have Ron Best athleticism unless it takes like a leap beyond this, but we lucked out. Brian Maddox. He's got the pass catching skill, man. I can't think of a better Ron Best replacement. I can think of better Keontae Ruggins replacements because I don't think we really have that ideal fit right now. Antoine Patton's a 75 star. That's huge. He was one of our last high school commits. Kevin Lindsay's going to have impact. Gio Carney is impact. And Alani Marvin normal. Darn. Because the caps are not that bad for route running. I was really counting on a little bit more. At tight end, Charlie Orndorff, perfect fit with him and Miles Allen. Really happy with that. Very few changes along the line for this year. Jason Tracy was brought in. I might move him to left guard. Are you trying to make the corn dog nickname stick? Charlie Corn Dog. Charlie Corn Dog. I guess the first initial corn dog. I think this one works. Stephen A. Smith just went live on First Take, claiming Gerald Ogletree is the most disappointing Kane-verse quarterback since Adam Kane. Dan Orlovsky said he thinks Ogletree would go ahead of Mendoza if he declared for the draft. Thank you, JS. That's hilarious. That's a funny comment. I like that. I will check the top classes, yes. Costa to guard? He's huge and he's strong and he's not that athletic. And he struggles with finesse. Dude, Josh Costa's a guard all day. Or he can be an 85 tight end. Let's get weird. Oh, I need more music. Is there anybody I want to move to center? I mean, Leon Hennessy is 279 pounds. But he has normal dev. He might be a cut, honestly. What about Cole Sandland? Run blocking, though. I need my center to have okay run blocking. There'd be one-on-one too much. If he was a little bit better run blocker, I'd consider it. Right now, backup guard's probably the best. Dude, I love this music. I love the corn dog nickname now. You think Carl Riggs looks like a solid center? Let's see. He has good enough acceleration, 85 strength, star dev. I will move Carl Riggs there. Yeah. I wanted to move somebody. We'll see if anyone can break out. 4. Let me back out of this and go back in. Chocolate Gravy making a comeback. Oh, wow. Devon Matlock was a nice 82 overall pickup for us. At linebacker, Boudreaux is a 78. At cornerback, Vernon Fantuz is a star 86. Trey Bradford, impact 85. Kyrie Cano is back from last season, and then Paul Keener has normal at 80 overall. So I think patch that up just fine. I heard Carson Brake invented chocolate gravy. It is his weakness. Do I have a preferred archetype for O-line? My favorite one is probably well-rounded. If you can get a high dev, like high starting point, well-rounded guy, I mean, I think that's hard to top. I have a lot of safeties. Where'd they all come from? There will be some cuts, it seems. But I bring in Edward Cheeks, who is already our highest rated guy. .99 zone coverage. Alba doesn't look great. No, just fast. Adebaware might move to strong safety here. That's a lot of safeties, yeah. I'm aware. I could even move Sammy Bin. Could Alba play corner with his speed? Let's see. He's got the speed. His coverage is just okay. His press is not. So, no, I think he's got to be safety. Unfortunately. 2 kickers, 1 punter. 2 athletes to assign. We begin with Tim Maggio. Defensive tackle. Could be his best. He has star. So he's only a 60 at center, apparently. But with star dev, could he become better? 84 tackle, like 80 speed, 73 finesse. You kind of take your pick here. You probably go defense. And then don't forget we have a 5-star pass rusher in DJ McElroy, who's going to be an edge rusher. I'm curious what Kenneth Aguda would be at running back, but I plan to play him in like a hybrid role. He'd be a 98 running back. I mean, he could be a first-round running back. That's 98, and we haven't gotten off-season training. It's just I don't want to move him to running back, and then it's more of a pain to list him at receiver because I have to do gadget archetype stuff. It's easier to list him at receiver and then use him occasionally at running back when Maddox is clearly the guy there. 6'2", 207 is crazy at running back. I'm pretty sure Cordero Patterson was pretty close to that. He might have even been taller. Of course, Cordero was drafted as a receiver, but played a lot of running back. He was listed at, come on, 6'2", 220. Here, just play them all in a loop. Hope Maddox gets a little bit faster. If he's elite, I could see at least a point coming, but I think he's plenty fast when you consider the acceleration and change of direction. We're lucky. We still got Brian Maddox. I don't think there's anything else I need to change. People were asking earlier about like gadget receivers at quarterback. The accuracy isn't usually that. He'd be a 91 quarterback, bro. There are his throwing ratings in the lower right. His deep accuracy is actually quarterback ready. He could be a 91 quarterback. That's just silly. Yeah, we have LaFell. Let's at least take a look. Barry LaFell. Is Barry LaFell a running back? He's 81 running back, 81 receiver. Let's break it down. He has 80 spin, 83 juke, 86 carrying. His route running is just decent. It'd be a lot better to stick him at receiver with those, or running back with those ratings. I am totally for it. He has no abilities, so you wouldn't lose anything. Oh, he's a 74 oh, 74 here. There. Oh, yeah. I see now. Yeah, let's move him to running back. Barry LaFell. That's fun. We actually got one that makes sense. He could be better than Durham after some development. Who knows? He has higher broken tackle. Any defensive guys? Any safeties actually better at running back? Wouldn't that be something? Carrying, 83. Oh, you don't got the juke or spin. Can I make Ezekiel DeBeer a power back? I don't think that's in the cards. I've seen some of the caps, not all of them. And by the way, our ranking, according to National Signing Day, they got us number 3. Pretty good class. That is a nice class we put together this year. Four 5-stars. Good deal of 4s. Bama, Georgia, Kane. Playing with the big boys. We took Georgia's running back, though. Yeah, I got to see Melvin Lemon if he did go to Colorado State. Dead trait? Oh, I got elite recruiter. That's actually kind of important, I think, for me to unlock next. All right, let me just double check in this menu if Colorado State got him, because I'm curious. Lemon ain't there. I don't know. We'll see. Training results, guys. Let's see if anyone's ready for a big leap into year 8. Let's go. Our top-rated player is Brian Maddox. Holy smokes. +4 speed and acceleration. It's Ron Best Part 2. The dream lives on. Brian Maddox. I'll have to compare him to Ron Best and see if there's anything he's, like, better at. Because I don't think we have to change much. We have another running back that we can run this offense through. Man, Georgia wasn't using him. So he was a part of 2 championship teams, but that championship team didn't want to make him the main guy. Do we give him number 1? Be nice to throw a different number there. Isaiah Harris is up 1 point. Kenneth Agood to 94. Dennis Pape, nice boost. Sean Coates, nice boost. All right, here's the development. Matt Priester is now an 88, and Gerald Ogletree is an 85. He actually got better. A little bit better. Here's to me wishing Maddox stays 2 years. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. All right. Short accuracy edge is to Priester by 3. Medium accuracy goes to Ogletree by 2. Deep accuracy, Ogletree by 1. Throw on the run, Priester by 3. Throw under pressure, Ogletree by 1. He actually got a little bit better this year, guys. So Priester still only has that small edge in short accuracy. He does have abilities, too. Or does he? Are those must be boosted because of, like, is that Step up, sleight of hand on time. He is not 300 pounds, no. Not in this series. The green arrow means he just got it. Yeah, I was confused because so much is locked. All right. We got Torrey Childs up and Ahmad Killings to 77. Both are really good athletes. Childs' accuracy, you know, he's not there. He put on 4 pounds. I'm interested if he stays on that trajectory, though, at the Star Dev. Brian Maddox is a 96. Bradley Durham gets a nice speed and acceleration boost. That was necessary, I think, if he's going to get more playing time this year to be a little bit better. I wish some other skills got better, but he just went all athlete. Barry LaFell put on 6 pounds for this conversion and got faster. Love that. At receiver, Kenneth Agoud's a 94. He got the cutter ability. Sean Coates, 92. Christian Fine gets a +3. Alani Marvin, a normal +6? For real? A normal +6. And he's already one of the best route runners on this team. All right, Kenneth Agoud and Sean Coates, elite short guys. Christian Fine got a nice boost. But Marvin is better medium. With a little bit higher catch in traffic. That's a true battle. You do have to consider that Christian Fine is a much better athlete. But that's good. The receiver position's good. His abilities, though, are... the abilities got to be looked at a little bit harder, too. Press Pro, Platinum, 50-50. Sean Coates has those and some. Tight end, Charlie Corndog. Corndog. Oh, 90. He might not be Akeem Madden, but I think he'll be a solid replacement. Dennis Pape. Abilities up. Run blocking up. 4 returning O-line starters. And now the left guard situation gets stronger with us having Tracy come in and then moving Josh Casa. Pass block finesse goes to Casa. The run blocking edge goes to Tracy. Inside shield. What is that? Improve double teams on inside runs. Doug Lucky up 4. Oh, wow. His pass blocking is up 11, 10, 9. Yeah, Lucky had a nice offseason for sure. Let me back out and go back in. The scrolling's busted. All right, at center, Connor Flood's an 85. +8 awareness feels pretty important. Jimmy Mangum's up to 92. Big ability jumps for him as well. Kalen Landry has 3 platinum abilities. Left edge, Mustafa Gadaki to 89. Lester Monty to 88. Yeah, Gadaki is freaky. Hopefully he can have a good impact this season. He had 6 sacks last year. And then on the other side, Max Dorsey has the power moves that stand out. I think you also got to throw Keegan Hajrulahu into there because of the 91 power, 81 finesse. Yeah, and Monty is another freaky athlete, so him and Gadaki together, that's also interesting. Jeffrey Brazil to a 91. 8 sacks a year ago, hoping for an even more impactful season. And who plays alongside him? Elijah Hopper has the run-stopping skill and a huge finesse move boost this year. I think Heaney's your rotational pass rusher. Linebacker, we got Goodman and Head to 88. Elliott Head's still one of the better cover guys, and you have to decide who replaces Dallas Brown, and coverage will partially determine that. Big boost here for Tyree Figueroa and Jalen Judovsky. 88 awareness on Figueroa, who does have zone cover skill, as does Alfonso Ahmad. Massive boost. Devin Boudreau just got a massive boost and put on 6 pounds. So we got a lot of choices, it seems. And Calvin Folk, I already liked where he was. Yeah. 86 and 80 is pretty good. So we have a lot to sort out there. Who plays next to Isaiah Harris? Massive stuff there. The coverage boosts are insane. The overalls don't reflect how crazy that can be. And then at corner, Fantuz to 91, Bradford 89, 85 on Cano, Lyles 83. You got Keener kind of lagging behind. The underneath ratings, though, are a little scary for man coverage. Fantuz can handle it a little bit. But for zone, I think you're looking at Fantuz starting, Trey Bradford starting, and then someone's going to have to play the slot. Lyles could fit. Cano could fit. I also wonder about Trey Bradford in the slot. So yeah, it'll be a zone-heavy team. Adeyemi up to 92. Competitive. +6 awareness, +7 zone coverage. Putting him very close to Edward Cheeks in a lot of categories. Wow. Who plays? Hard to take off Adeyemi with that. Herring up to 86. Ricks up to 85. Otabaware up to 80. Is it Cheeks and Adeyemi? Alba's a 99 speed guy now. Jamie Finger got a kick accuracy boost. What a team we got this year, guys. So the concern was running back, and we couldn't have done a better job replacing Ron Best. Tight end, you're a little concerned, but we got Corn Dog. Quarterback, we still have Priester and Ogletree. The defense, I think we have a lot of options to replace Dallas Brown. All new corners, but I think there's a lot to like there. We just can't play a lot of man coverage with them, unfortunately. And I think we brought in some intriguing defensive linemen too. So I like the way we navigated this. Will there be a quarterback battle? You know, there's got to be some sort of decision there. I'm sure we have to encourage some transfers. We have to cut 12 players. I'm starting at safety. I'll start with Cordell Herring. He's just not athletic enough in the SEC. We'll probably cut... I feel like Ezekiel DeBeer just doesn't have a spot. He was one of our first 4-star defensive recruits, too. We're going to cut Johnny Dragos. I think Sam Tutupu. I can't? Why? I think Quincy Northrup's going to go. He's a true freshman? Oh, he's true freshman. At corner, I doubt Bernard Proctor plays. I think I convinced him to stay, too. My bad. So many intriguing linebackers. I need them all. Probably cut Legend on Wenu. His finesse move does stand out, though. But we need cuts. He has low awareness and low athleticism. You should grow your hair out long while you still can. I don't like hair even this length. I've always preferred it short. A legend only in his own mind. All right, we still got 6 to go. I'm looking for like seniors or juniors buried on the depth chart. And like normal dev guys that probably don't pan out. I don't really like Joey Cologne. I've never felt good playing with him in the game, so I think I'm going to cut him. Any objections? He does catch the ball well. None. All right, we're moving on. We got Maddox. We got Brian Maddox. I still got to cut 5, though, guys. Dylan Owen. Might not make the cut. What about Sammy Bin at Impact? Yeah, I got so many other safeties. Owen's out. I have to actually consider cutting some linebackers. Do I have a few too many? I mean, Marvin Camelot doesn't have the coverage, and we have a lot of guys that have been boosted there. I'll cut Camelot. 3 left. Is Traore good enough? Not really. We'll cut Jamerson Traore. Two left. Robert Smith doesn't have a pass rush skill, and he's a sophomore, but he has star dev. Can I really cut a star dev guy? Kofi Osgood. I mean, Dorsey's better. Godake's better. Monty's better. Normal on Mike Regis. I feel like all the defensive tackles are safe. Three-star right tackles. Normal here, Dante Mixon. I might just have to cut a normal dev player who has really low pass block finesse and everything. Dante Mixon. One more. Uno Mas. What do we got here? Byron Murphy's only normal. Leon Hennessy's at normal. I don't see Leon playing. And at quarterback, Gerald Ogletree is not getting cut. Let me save. Is that enough files? Should I get some more? What games have y'all been playing lately? What you guys playing these days? Number 2, Arkansas State. Custom schedule. We'll see you there. And we'll see you there. That's a huge finale. They put a banger in there. All right. The Hitman series. Yes, I love the new stuff. The show, Pokemon ZA on Switch 2. I just picked up a Switch 2 the other day. I was worried that after PlayStation increased their prices that maybe Nintendo's next, so I finally picked one up. And ZA will be one of the next games I look for on it. Metaphor ReFantazio. I can't wait to get to that. But you know how it is with JRPGs. I'm playing I'm playing one right now. Final Fantasy 15. I know I'm a few years behind. I really like it. Battle for Middle-earth 2, Arkham games again. Slay the Spire 2. I have not played the second one. I love the first one. Slay the Spire, Crimson Desert. Running back with the Zelda franchise. Right now, Hitman Blood Money. Okay, that's a generation, a couple generations older, I think. Heck yeah. Final Fantasy 15 is my favorite Final Fantasy. I don't know where it stands for me because it's my first one. I'm like, I mean, I've been playing JRPGs for a little bit, but I haven't played that many games. I play like Persona 4 and Persona 5 and Xenoblade Chronicles, and I've tried a couple others, and I love Final Fantasy 15. It is such a goofy game, but it's like the characters and the setting are hilarious. I like FF15 a lot. I forgot how massive the console was. Yeah, Switch 2, I mean, you hold it next to a Switch 1, I did that, and it's like, there's a good, like, inch on top, inch on the side. It's big. So FF15 is just where I started, because my wife wanted to see me play it. She played a little bit of it a few years back, and she's like, yeah, you should play that. So I am. I like it. I'm from the future. I've been playing GTA 6. I gotta see where Lemon went. Hopefully he's somewhere. Yeah, so I've been playing Final Fantasy. I picked up Horizon Forbidden West again. I love the Horizon games, and I really have not... I can't believe I haven't finished Forbidden West yet. Because those games are totally my kind of game. Resident Evil 4 Remake. I never played the original Resident Evil 4. It is so good. It's probably already my favorite Resident Evil, and I'm like 5 hours into it. Where's Lemon? Where is he? You can't hide him from me. Not Lehman. Lemon. Colorado State. Ooh, Lego Horizon. I'll have to get to that sometime. What are you guys doing with a 92? At least Lemon should have it next year. We'll be back. That's okay. There's 68. This man should have hit the portal. Yeah, they have like 19 quarterbacks. You know, like those hypothetical things where it's like, build the perfect quarterback. And it's like, you take a piece of each quarterback. I think they might actually be doing that. Someone should keep an eye on them. They may actually be like in the lab. I don't see Rocky May. So, Georgia. Here's Georgia. They're not a 99 anymore. They got Derek Achan. They got the LSU quarterback. Well, I guess they were going to have a good quarterback either way. Anthony Kalu at running back. They still got Ty Weaver. The O-line might be a little bit lower rated. They lost their 15 sack guy, and I don't think they've replaced him. They're not very, like, athletic along the D-line. And in the secondary, I don't think it's nearly as good as it was. They still have really good safeties, though. If we want to top Georgia, this might be the best chance. I've never edited the XP sliders, Steven, so I'm still on the default. And then I gotta see Bama. Max Keenan. They might be the team this year. And then you can't forget about Ole Miss. They're top 5. They still got Paul Hopper. The SEC is such a gauntlet. But they're not quite as loaded. Defense lagging behind, it looks like on paper. They got some decent players, but like, yeah. They're not a top 3 defense in the conference. So, do they give us ULM again? I can't escape them. Ole Miss won 13 games. Auburn won 7. We go at Arkansas this year, at Georgia, at Ole Miss. Dude, our road schedule is so much tougher than our home schedule this year. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 home games. So who do I want to open against? The UNC opener was kind of fun for the kickoff game. I kind of like that. And then we get a true home game here. So yeah, our schedule is going to be really weird because we're going to end up with like a 3-game home streak and then 3 on the road. I kind of want to look at Memphis because they've been strong. $76. I mean, we could like get one more paint bucket bowl at least. We'll check their team quality and UNC's as well. Why does the letter M have to be in the middle of the alphabet? Where am I going again? Memphis. I mean, we're definitely a clear tier ahead. But I mean, are they still a decent team for us to face there in game 2? You know, that first episode is likely going to be both games. How are you enjoying the show so far this year? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I know there were some crashing concerns people were talking about. I haven't had any on my end yet. Hopefully they don't show up. But I'm like, I've got a decent bit of experience now, and I haven't had any crashes. All right, I think UNC is a really good fit. And they got Papo, who I wanted. I wish I could swap out ULM for Memphis. That would be such an upgrade. Who else is ranked? Michigan at 99. You got Miami. Miami's kind of interesting because they beat us in that playoff game. Oregon beat us last year. Pitt strong. Yeah, UConn was really good last year. That's right. That is interesting. Let me see how good they look. I really wish I could make ULM a Memphis matchup. This is a pretty good one. They're senior quarterbacks, so the quarterback they've likely had already. Yeah, UConn has been like the big time riser. They were a playoff team last year. They won a playoff game, and they lost to Alabama in the second round by 1 score. So they're kind of like the new exciting random good team here. They have 2 defensive tackles. Are you crazy? So, is that what we want to go with? That'd be 2 tough games to open the season. What do you think Minnesota's 2026 record will be? What sport? So we get some tests early on. We got to play some tough games on the road. Yeah, that is going to be interesting to have to face Arkansas. So just if I do 2-game episodes everywhere, it's going to be 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. You know, last year I did do a 4. I would say that this stretch here is not bad for a 3. I mean, I'm not committing to it, but like 2, 3, 2, 3, 2 wouldn't be bad. Why is Rice in the SEC again? Because they were recruiting really well with us, and they had some 5-star talent, and I wanted to make the teams, the conference, an even number, so I brought them with. I can't swap Rice, unfortunately. Or ULM would be the one I'd want to swap the most. Yeah, it's like getting to the point now when you look at the Snowhawk series and doing 2-game episodes here, and like my Minnesota Twins stuff right now is running long too when I'm recording. It's like playing one game for a video feels like weird. Like it just starts to feel normal to sit down for all these games. Like that 4-game episode, it was like, it's basically like a Snowhawk session. Let's just play 4. Who's ranked number 1? Alabama. Then us. We have some votes. Clemson, Georgia. And we're a 4-star program now. Just replace Rice with ULM in the SEC. That could maybe be an option there. Oh, preseason, way to raise the expectations here. Brian Maddox, preseason Heisman. Watch. That is cool. He might be the highest rated running back in the game then. I would have tried to bring in Sam Armour. We played him. He had a bad game against us. God, those ratings are insane. You got that one wrong. That one's wrong. 2 Ohio State receivers here in the preseason All-Americans. A Notre Dame tight end. So much Ohio State, it's not even funny. Brian Maddox. Expectations on Maddox are very high. Is he the best? He is the definitive best running back in the country by overall. Brian Maddox. We replaced Ron Best with the best running back in the game. Here are the top quarterbacks. I'm trying to see how many I go to until Ogletree shows up. I'm at 30 so far. $42 is Priester. $64. The 64th highest rated quarterback. Gerald Ogletree. With that being said, we will dive into the preseason recruiting. And quarterback's our first stop. All right, we have 28 seniors this year. That's actually a lot. I do know that running back is, again, just going to be a big need. Quarterback. Tight end is a colossal need. And now this year we have a lot of senior offensive linemen. A lot of linebackers. 2 corners, 3 safeties, including, I think it's our 3 best safeties. This track might go the hardest. All right, guys, the board is here. Number 1 player is George Bighill. And then Cordell Melvin. Javier Abbott. So many of the top 5 players want to at least consider our team. Where's the 5-star quarterback, bro? Lamar Green, number 1. Steve Cheeseman. Looking for interest in pipelines. None of the top prospects are from Arkansas. All right, we're going to start off with like 6 quarterbacks. Need some pipelines sometimes to have an advantage in these battles. Ramon Keenan at receiver. Speedster Jawan Wells at tight end. Pure blocker. I don't know if pure blocker ever produces a good player there. Athlete at tight end. I'm interested in that. Sam Goodspeed. Come on now. If you got 76, you're off the board. We're going to scout all those quarterbacks first for sure. And then we'll make sure we got some offensive line. No guards are 5 stars. No centers either. Kind of going after every position right now, it seems like. We have a huge outgoing class. Oops, I want more. And as you can see with a team like Georgia, you just need to find studs everywhere. we're at 33 targets, so I'm going to have to do some more work there. Next, there's a lot of cornerbacks that have interest in us, actually. High 4 stars. All right, so let's get to the board and see if we can start to narrow it down a little bit. So, quarterbacks first. Lamar Green. At this point, you need a quarterback that can develop. Gem. Javier Yusuf. He is a pocket passer, but has 78 speed, so he's not slow. So we don't like the top quarterback, actually. Steve Cheeseman looks good. I think it's a big drop-off here for Daniels. Jordan Lawrence is an athlete. Christian Swope. 84 throw power. Yeah, that's too low. So I think we're looking at really 2 options right now. I didn't like the number 4 quarterback. This feels like a bad quarterback class. Anybody else think the same way? Like, if the number 4 guy was that? Year 9 is going to be our year. What about year 8? What about year 8, Aqua? We got Maddox for this year. Yeah, Yusuf's really good. We're definitely going to offer him a scholarship, and Cheeseman. Number 1 player, George Big Hill. Yeah, the 5-star running backs are going to look good. Gem Orlando Rawls. Let's go. Awesome. Let's see, at tight end, I gotta know Sam Goodspeed. He does have good speed. Yeah, that works. Levi Cherador has good speed. Lester Keenan, a little less intriguing for me. So I'm going to remove him from the board. I need space. I think Cheeseman, slight edge. Cheeseman, good speed. Or in first for both. If I'm in first, I got to give him a scholarship too. Insta! Whoa! Insta commit! That's my first one. Levi Cherador has just committed verbally to Arkansas State. Cool. Head start. Got a 4-star tight end already. Yeah, I mean, I don't even expect it because it's not like it used to be in NCAA football. It's possible, but very unlikely. And that saves us, you know, some points. Yeah, definitely a pass protector. This is the number 1 tackle in the class. I'm usually just scouting, hoping to find gems. Morgan Harris. The finesse is quite low. Xavier Goodwin. Yeah, I mean, the well-rounded guys just always look the most intriguing to me. I'll offer to Lasco. No insta-commit. And I do like Philip Wing as well. So we're going to give out 3 tackle offers. Couple guards. Gem. So maybe he can develop that run blocking. Raw strength is another archetype I like. Starting to get pickier though. Cam Lyles, well-rounded gem. Like a well-rounded gem at offensive line. I'm not sure there's anything better. Let's save some points for defense. And I might want to go just add a bunch more corners now. It's a high priority position. And players want to come here. All right, we got to get all these guys on the board. Let's see, bump and run or field. All right, corners. Kane Akers is the #1 player. Where are the gems? I'll have to add safeties. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. 83 speed. Spencer speed. No. No. 96. I need athletes in the SEC. Gonna hand out 3 scholarships at corner. I don't have a single safety on the board. Let's go change that. I don't like the box specialist archetype a ton. I'm sure at the higher levels it can be all right. I'll start here with 2 safeties. Those ratings are solid. That'll be an offer here. All right, anybody not scouted that I should look at? Oops. Yeah, I don't like using this menu because as soon as they're fully scouted, they disappear from view. Certainly like a little bit more speed. That's where you go with Jawan Wells. 89 spec catch right off the bat. I like him. I'll probably offer on Abbott as well. And let's go to linebacker. Man, that's not good. I need to back out. Let's scout the outside linebackers. Alex Cantrell, almost a 5-star. So there's one there. I want to get to some of these D tackles. So like a pure run stuffer here, Courtney Jarrell. Oh, I'm out of hours. I spent them all. I got 20 scholarships in, and we already have a start to the recruiting class. We're first. Bang. Yeah, I think scholarships to players with number one is a nice way to start it off. And I was happy with our schedule, playing UConn this year. So that's going to be our schedule, the way it all gets started. We may have a little bit of time for practice, guys. Just taking a little glance at any movement here as we do jump up a bunch of boards. Number 1 here for Cheeseman. Dropping down there. All right, there'll be some more work to do there. So we're going to jump into practice. For now, I'm going to list Ogletree as the top quarterback because you guys like him so much. Kenneth Agood, Sean Coates, Christian Fine, Alani Marvin, Charlie Orndorff, Corndog, Kalen Landry. This is messed up. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. And screwed that up too. I like the way the team has come together for this year. There was a lot to focus on in the portal, and it was a very strong portal class. We got almost every player we wanted. We still have a star on offense. That was important, that we'd have someone that's a true difference maker that you can go to whenever you need. Isaiah Harris. Yeah, I'll have to sort out a lot at linebacker still, looking ahead to week 1. And then I think we try Adeyemi here, and I kind of want to see Cheeks play strong safety. Slot receiver, yeah, that's an interesting role to think about now because things have changed. And Christian Fine is a good fit. Be a big jump up for him. Do not put Isaiah Harris at edge. I'm curious, at linebacker now, it's going to list Harris is the best. And then you've got Tyree Figueroa, Calvin Falk into Elliott Head. Falk might be getting the big boost this year. Elliott Head's really good too. His awareness is lower though. His play rec is lower. Yeah, it's very close on these guys. Yeah, Figueroa is, a lot of these linebackers are guys you could blitz with, like 91 finesse, 89 power. Just flat out might have to be used as an edge rusher sometimes, and like a guy we rotate in and out. So let's jump into the practice field, guys, especially with this music playing in the background. This is like perfect. Let's get it going. All right, so let's go. And I might change the number still on Maddox. What do you guys think? Tim Maggio as defensive tackle fullback. He has the attributes. Yeah, I like that. Do I redshirt him? We don't use a fullback very often. Ogletree. First throw was a perfect one, as we all knew it would be. So when you take a look at things here, you got 3-star linemen, 3-star playmakers. Ogletree's a star. We all know that. The linebackers, the DBs, a lot of star power, guys. Number 1. I mean, he is the number 1 running back in the game, as Ogletree is going to break one here. That is something you will not get from Matt Priester, for sure. Look at the running back stance. Yeah, he's like risking a false start. Here is Brian Maddox. Yeah, what is that stance? Coates got a nice boost in the offseason. Christian Fine got a nice boost. I'll have to see what that's all about there, that stance. Like, what is he doing? Ooh. Yeah, that is not where I wanted that ball to go. The deep accuracy on Ogletree, not great.
Here we go.
Ooh. Yeah, there's going to be so many new names and numbers to learn. Oh, God. Oh, my. And he overthrew him. Christian Fine's route. Man, that is nasty. Number 17, I think, is Kyrie Cano. I'll fix the dupes and everything. Christian Fine running away from him. So far, I want to see more routes from Christian Fine. There's Corn Dog. Corn Dog, wide open. Let's switch formations. Deep ball, got him. He is there. That's a perfect one to Kenneth Agood. Man, this version of Christian Fine looks so much better than last year's. Let's get Maddox running here. There's a little truck stick. You know, we know what the ratings are. We got to see how he feels compared to using Ron Best. Maybe it ain't too different, especially when he wears the same number. Ooh. Yeah, that is one of the best Ogletree balls right there. Wow. That's how you got to use Gerald Ogletree, guys. Just air it out. Man, Agood, I got to find more ways to get him the ball downfield. I know that scares some of you, and it should. But he is the most dangerous deep threat in the game. Yeah, Kenneth Agood's got to be in for a much better season than last year. They can't press him. Ooh, watch out. I mean, Agood is going to have more than, whatever, 10.8 yards per reception this year. Nice hands, Maddox. I can't believe we replaced Ron Best with literally the best replacement. Not just the best running back in the game, but the most overlap in skill set, too. Bang. My initial reaction is that Best felt a little bit more dynamic. I'm not sure if he had a specific rating that was higher off the top of my head. Bang. All right, Ogletree scared us on some bad balls earlier, but he's been nailing these throws now. He did have a good offseason, guys. He got better. He's +1 overall. Christian Fine's route runnings. That one was missed. As was that one. But this one is money. I know you want to see some Priester now and have a comparison. So give me one more with our good friend Gerald Ogletree. Ooh, all right. Setting the bar. I guess I'll get one more. The 20 deep balls to a good strategy. If we're going to throw interceptions, let's just make sure we're throwing them 50 yards downfield instead this year. All right, you got Matt Priester now in the game. If you're rolling out with him, I mean, he can buy time. Yeah, I think we're going to be just fine with Maddox. I mean, it's Maddox and 4 of the same linemen from last year. So we know after what we learned from the Ron Best season that we need to run the offense through the running back. If we still had Ron Best, I'm not sure I would have gone after Maddox. I probably would have prioritized different running backs, but I might have still looked at him because I would give a boost to anybody that I actually know, that we've played, and that I know is good. And that's where we were here. I'm tired of this formation. Ooh, we gotta hit that one, Matt. Here's his deep ball for Fine. Oh my God! Christian Fine might be one of the most improved players on the roster. Yeah, if playing time is what he'd wanted, he might not have been interested. What a catch. Yeah, that's one of the sickest catches. Corn dog. What a block. Ooh, Christian Fine. Okay. So when you throw it on that one, it is a shovel. That's a QB draw option. That would not be a Priester play. That one is a little bit high. Yeah, the problem is with Priester, there aren't enough ratings that are actually better. Short accuracy is better by 3. But the throw under pressure and the medium stuff, you're going to get that with less mobility. What y'all wanted was Sam Armour, and he wouldn't talk to us, unfortunately.
Let's go, let's go.
Huge season here for Christian Fine. I went from like being hyped to disappointed, and then I was out, and I'm right back in. All right, new form.
Let's go.
Here's a little two tight end.
Four. Let go. Come on, set. What do you say? Ready. Set on.
Will Christian Fine get jump balls and mid-route passes? I think he definitely will. I got to take a look at all the abilities and make sure we're kind of maximizing these guys for where they have an edge. Because that's what you're looking for this deep in the Dynasty. Everybody's got good players. So the abilities, I think, are like the separator at this stage. Now, I see our receiver room as an upgrade. I see our running back, our lead running back as the same as last year in terms of quality. Tight end's a drop, O-line is a gain. So it's like tight end's the only spot I feel like we didn't get better or stay the same offensively. In the secondary on defense, I want to say we got worse because we don't have anybody that can really play man coverage. There's got to be, I'm sure Emmett Paul would have been better than like anybody that we have right now. But we gained at safety. Our linebackers are good even after losing Dallas Brown. Yeah, and we still have a tight end. I just think Madden is in his own tier because he had like receiver athleticism. And Orndorff is like really good traditional tight end. You could do some vertical threat stuff, but Madden was just in a different tier athletically. And then quarterback, marginally better just because slight ratings increased. But it's mostly staying the same. Orndorff can be Jeremy Blaylock. Let's go. That's how I can tell the Snowhawks series is like, it belongs. Because even though it's a different format with a lot of simming, I feel like those are going to be some players that are remembered. And not just like a throwaway, rebuild where you don't remember anybody's name a week later. Jeremy Blaylock is a stud. I don't know how he's caught some of those ridiculous balls in that series. He's a crazy good tight end. And now he gets to be the tight end 2 in season 10. And I'm excited about that because I think Teddy Fitzsimmons is like a really good, like, new replacement. What do you think? What do you think, buddy? What do you think about Brian Maddox? What are your thoughts? Did you have a good nap, buddy? He's probably hungry, honestly. I gotta go feed him. Can my cat play quarterback? The problem is he's not very coachable. There's a lot of raw ability, but he's not coachable at all. Here we go, Maddox. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Brian Maddox is crazy.
Set, ready. Cooler 18. Cooler. Set up.
Is there a noticeable difference in Priester and Ogletree? Accuracy-wise, I wouldn't say. Mostly mobility. Like Kyler. Man, I don't know what to think this year with the Vikings. They're going to be interesting. That's all I know. But I do look at getting Kyler Murray as like, hey, if you want to keep Justin Jefferson from wanting out, you had to do something. And if, like, you were to make a decision based off of, like, getting Justin Jefferson production and making him want to stick around, I don't know if you could have done better this offseason than signing Kyler Murray. What if Ogletree was the Vikings quarterback? What is Ogletree's closest NFL comparison? We need a quarterback that's pretty mid, but has, you know, good flashes, doesn't play well maybe in the big moments, but he has some mobility. Oh my God, I know who it is. I know who's close. But I feel like his reputation's so much better, but he does catch a lot of flack. You ready? Justin Herbert. Huge arm, athletic, but what have you done? The difference is I don't think Chargers fans are chasing him out of town, and y'all probably want me to play the new transfer over him. Herbert is good, though. But after his playoff loss, the narrative changes. Some of you think Geno, and I think Seahawks Geno isn't bad. Christian Fine. I'll take your guys' Geno comp. I can't believe the Jets traded for Geno Smith. Do you guys know how crazy that is? If it happened in your Madden franchise, you would complain that Madden is so unrealistic. You want to see the new quarterback? Torrey Childs from Chicago, has good mobility. His accuracy is a major work in progress, but with his high dev and him gaining 7 points this year, if he goes +7 again, then he's going to be close to Gerald Ogletree overall. So, Torrey Childs. We're going to change the formation for him to something better. Here he is. Torrey Childs. Dishes that one to Sean Coates. Oh, God, he just got destroyed. Play action. Oh, that got picked. He's already cold. There you go. Should help things out a bit. Just that hard left turn is crazy. Yeah, you always want a nice fast release if you can get it. Maddox is insane. Yeah, uncapped accuracy. So in theory, there's upside. Really nice addition for us in the portal. Yeah, I'll probably edit some uniforms, some accessories. I might not in this stream because we're already over 4 hours. This is like a record. One of my longest off seasons in a while. Helping make up for not doing a live one last time. Certainly enjoyed getting back to the live off seasons on this go around. Maddox going for $150 on 2 carries against ULM. Just let it be Memphis, man. Why does it have to be them every year? Maddox. Ooh, nice job actually dropping there, Godeke. I'm going to enjoy having Brian Maddox on the team this year. I feel like I was given a gift just to have a receiver who's basically got the Ron Best skill set again. He's certainly gone after this year, though. It's going to be the same thing. Over the top. Nope. Oh my, what just happened? I stopped looking. What? This guy is unbelievable. I think we're going to get some all-time highlights this year from Brian Maddox. Georgia didn't know what they had. They still won 2 national championships with him on the roster. Bang. Oh, come on now. Depleted. Corn dog. Nope. Yeah, he will get a new number. I haven't really ran around with him yet. He has... The acceleration feels really low. Like when I try to just get started there, that first couple steps feels slow. Like stepping up in the pocket there, trying to run away from pressure. Man, the safeties can really get over and cover some ground. They got a lot of speed. I think he's going to average like 7 or 8 yards a carry because there are going to be some ridiculous long runs. He might have to be our short yardage guy too. I don't know who like that second short yardage guy would be. We don't have Ruggins this season.
42 spot, go! Green 25. Ready, go!
It's just if he needs a break, you know, you got a Good who, you know, we could always move a Good around because he's a crazy athlete. Bradley Durham might be a little bit better. He got some off-season growth. Holy smokes, Isaiah Harris.
Here we go.
But, like, if he has to sub out and it's short yardage, then it might have to be Durham. Nice job, Cano. Do I have a possession receiver to replace tight end? Yeah, our new new tight end, Charlie Orndorff, comes over from Texas. He has really solid ratings, and then Miles Allen as the 2, just like a year ago. About as good as you can hope for there. Akeem Madden, one of a kind. I'd actually be curious to see if there's another tight end out there that we could compare. You'd think there is. Like how, there can't be a one-of-a-kind player, right? Yeah, the DBs were kind of making it tough at times in there, so that's always a good sign. Yeah, our tight end situation, I think, is very good. If you're looking for, like, dangerous athletes, you know, there's only a couple guys with 90 speed. Alabama has Miles Rugamba. 89 speed, 89 acceleration, 90 catching, a bunch of abilities, good route runner. Maybe he's, like, the closest to Akeem Madden here. And he's a really good run blocker. And, of course, he's on one of the teams we're going to have to, you know, potentially beat in a big game. Best quarterback in the game is Sam Armour. Best running back is Brian Maddox. Best receiver, Jarez Coney. Bama's got 2 of the top 5 receivers and maybe the best tight end. Maybe not on paper, but like, yeah. We have one of the best left tackles, Dennis Pape. Yeah, a lot of these top players you're going to see at different points this year. A lot of Ole Miss, a lot of Alabama, not as much Georgia here at the top. And then Ohio State also seems to have a lot of the elite talent. Jeffrey Brazil is a top 3. Dude, he might be gone then this year. I was going to check this earlier, and I'm like, yeah, there's no way an 89 is actually one of the top guys at D-tackle. Michigan showing up with a bunch here, too. It's just so much Alabama. Adeyemi. Yeah, Adeyemi's going to start. Can't play him in man coverage a ton, but that zone is elite. Yeah, he just jumps up there. That's so funny. Oh, man. I didn't realize he was doing that, but yeah, he does that. I think year 8 sets up pretty well for us to have a good time, guys, and continue our pursuit of a championship. And I'll see you guys next time with the edited off season, where then I'll go and I'll change up some numbers, maybe some appearances, do some recruiting, and get us ready for year 8, because that's coming your way next. And I'd like a good fast pace to the season again. You know, I might have to do, we'll see if I can do that. I think it was 2-3-2-3-2 schedule, where I'm playing like 2 games, 3 games, 2 games. That our schedule kind of looked interesting for that. But I really appreciate you guys coming to the stream today. That was a lot of fun. Glad we could do this again live. And keep the excitement going here for Arkansas State. Still chasing a title. I'll catch you all in the next one. Have a great night, everybody. And I'll see you later.